Hello, everyone, and welcome to the broadcast. I'm newtmechanist, and today we are going to be continuing our game dev project. I've found a way forward, probably. Before we get any further into that, let's check in with the kitties. Probably going to need to give them some kibble at some point in there, just trying to temper the amount of consumption. Something like it's probably, it depends on the food, but you're looking at like half a cup a day per cat. And part of it is making sure that that is per cat as opposed to one cat chows down, you know? So staggering it a bit helps. But anyhow, we have let's tune that down a little bit. We have Sky up in the tree. We have Ember, Sammy, Mason, and Sherbet on the bed. Yeah, we've got... We just need Molly. Not sure where she's hiding. That can be troublesome if Molly goes missing. Odd configuration, though, that we have Ember on the bed there. At least at this time of day. All right, when last we left, we had hit a roadblock. Hey there, Dorothea. So we ran into a performance issue. Now, this mess here was set up so that we could create a tile set, a tile set sheet, or a tile sheet, where you define kind of an adjacency rule as far as how a given tile will look. So if it's on a corner, if it's, you know, in a line or something like that, you make them look appropriate to what you're trying to do. And Godot's tile map layer has built-in functionality. It's really the tile set that will make it so that when you are rendering those tiles, that it does that for you. But it turns out that is wildly inefficient. It can't possibly be just because of the every tile placed down does a check of surrounding tiles. Because if you just place the tiles one at a time, just set the tile explicitly to what you want it to be, really doesn't matter how many tiles you set super fast. But the terrain system, the thing that auto draws it, is exponentially worse, and we're talking like 16 tiles being added can halt the game for like a fifth of a second, which may not seem like a big number, but from a processing perspective is noticeable. Like there'd be a visible hitch in the game. But if we just set them manually, it's practically instant. I only realized in testing that this has real Confederate flag vibes. That's unintentional. But you can see it is just all these tiles loaded. There was no, like, massive wait. Hey there, Sarah. Welcome back. I was demonstrating how if we set individual tiles like this, this is not the tile we want to set ultimately, but it demonstrates that if we set an individual tile to an explicit tile in the tile set, then the performance cost is effectively nothing as we move along here. Now, it's not nothing given the number of blobs that has built up, but it is not costing us a massively slow physics frame every time we hit a point where we load new chunks. But we want it to look like the terrain system. We still want to deal with adjacency. And that's not cheap. So to accomplish that, let us containing folder. Shrink that out. Should be in textures, right? Yeah. Okay, so this is a 32 by 32 chunk of a tile set here. We're gonna alter this a little bit here. Something like that. And that. You should just use the line tool. There we go. Hey, Schmuggums. Doing okay today. We're finally getting back to our project. As you may have seen mentioned, I have a way forward for our map generation here. We're just going to make this real complicated looking. And hello, Zell. Welcome, everyone. Welcome. There we go. Okay, so a 32 by 32 sprite here. Let's get our level file. And as a reminder, this is our tile sheet. This represents all of the configurations we currently have. There are technically more. We're not going to do those for now. Hopefully for now. But things like if it's in a line, if it's in a cube, if it's in a cross pattern, that kind of thing, this would let us render them accordingly. When we create when we load it into the game, what we end up doing is creating a sort of master tile sheet that stitches all of these together into one big one. And what that means is that it's a little easier on the graphics card to not have to swap individual textures out. It just has the one, and you're referencing pieces of it. It can allow for some optimization. So there are going to be a couple of things that we're setting out to do today. One of which is to take this logic and do it ourselves. So instead of setting the peaking bits, where we say what its tile cell neighbor is, we are going to set up, we're going to get the position, and then we're also going to be we're also going to be setting up a sort of mask for that. So if the mask matches what we supply it with, then this is the position. So we're going to kind of swap the key value pair. It's this mask equals this position. That will tell us which one of these tiles to use. Then we need to set up an offset for which tile sheet it is. This is not tile set, it's tiles. We're going to call it a tile sheet. Tile set means something in Godot, and I don't want to end up with a conceptual collision. I see you have a Silksong tag next to your name. Are you enjoying Silksong? Not you. Precision platformers like that. Not really my thing, but I do recall Hollow Knight being really kind of fun when I did try it. Oh man, 1 second here. There's a problem. There we go. No, I'm still hovering a little bit. When did that happen? I have noticed something that bothers me. As per usual, and if I don't fix it, I will hyperfixate. But it looks like it do be correct. Maybe that? Maybe that? No. Maybe? I think that's right, actually. Verify. Yeah. Yeah. Spacing of the vtuber camera was off, so there was a transparent line under my ribcage there. Okay, so we have to set this up manually, and we need to change our logic for setting it up. So here's the example of what we've changed. Hey, Valentine. We are changing our tile setting logic. For those that were here last time, the auto terrain generation system seemed to have been causing some slowdown. Researching it some more, that system is not optimized at all. If you do this, it is real laggy. I can set a massive number of tiles in this way that I couldn't even approach with this without requiring like seconds of load time. So we're doing this instead. So this clears it. This says, hey, I'm going to use, at this point in the tile map, I'm going to use this tile on the grid. The problem being, we need to verify, we need to get it to where I know which tile set I'm dealing with, and then I can pair that with an offset. So I have an offset to get to the tile sheet in the super tile sheet, the atlas as it were. So that would put me at the upper left corner of the right sheet. And then I need to offset that further to get it to be the tile that I want. Yeah, tile map layer systems or tile map systems are kind of necessary in a 2D game. You don't have to, but at some level you're dealing with a grid, you know? Some games it's really obfuscated or might as well be irrelevant. Again, Noida is a... We reference that a lot because it was big on the channel. But that one is at pixel level, which we're not doing. Okay, so how do we do? This sets the correct one. Okay, I've got that. The tile sheet width, that offsets it. So which terrain we're using can offset it that way, but this isn't really what we're doing. When we make the super tile sheet, that determines what offset we use for each one. So map chunks. These are the terrain textures, and at some point we make the super terrain texture. But do we do it here? Or do we do it here? I'm having to find where I put things. I tried this for a bit. This is actually like viable for what I'm doing, but unnecessary, where instead of setting all the tiles at once, I would set them in bursts over the course of rendering frames. But I don't need to do that currently. I could still update it accordingly, so to use something like that, where I load the chunks in sequence. So if I have to load 3 chunks, I don't load all 3 at once. We'll do them over the course of rendering frames, so, 30 chunks a second. Or perhaps fewer, we'll see. We can see that happening here. But we're burning through all of them at once. So okay, create map atlas. So this is, we're getting each of the images from our textures. And we're setting up atlas rows and width. To make this work, we would need to make sure that each one of these that we're setting, we record so that we have their offset. And that we handle that simultaneously. Sarah, this is C#. I kind of like C#. Some of that is because I initially learned to program in C. Well, C++. So it... Oh. Ginger ale bubbles up the back of the throat. Which triggered my cough. Hooray. But it shares enough of the syntax, but with some modern layer over it. I've definitely encountered some folks that are at home with C++. That is a level that I just don't want to work at. If you're good at it, you won't run into those problems, but there's a whole battery of problems that you have access to. on the C++ side that you aren't going to encounter on other systems without writing your own passel of libraries or finding some. Memory access violations are much easier to do and potentially more damaging in something like C++. Since you're dealing with a lot more of memory addresses versus objects that have bounds on them. Okay, so we are stitching the atlases together here. Tile sheet size is... This is in pixels. So simultaneous to this, we are going to have an offset position, and we're going to pair that with which tile sheet we're using. So we're dealing with current texture here. Current texture will give us our offset. We'll be able to bind current texture to a grid offset. Okay, so row and column times tile sheet size. We're going to add another one. We are going to add protected dictionary of integer, double I, integer to a vector 2i, and this will be tile sheet offsets. So what this is for is when we load in the tile sheets for the map, I don't mind this keyboard. It was a reasonable keyboard, but that double I thing is annoying. It will register 2 clicks at once sometimes. Not always, sometimes. And that's the key. Just that key. So there is a malfunctioning switch there. Could I change it? Probably. But I can't say where the malfunction actually is. Is there some sort of issue with that key? Is it something in the actual, board beneath it, more or less? I don't know. But for now, I'll just whine about it periodically. Anyhow, so what we're going to do is every time we load those, we are going to create a position for it so that we have where the tile sheet is. So right here. So this is where we stitch them together, and now we are going to say this is technically deterministic. That is, there are fixed positions given the algorithm where they would be. So this is the actual width of the atlas. So this is how many. We know, given this, we would be able to calculate how many tile sheets across the top there are. So this is max sets per side. So given that we know how many rows and columns, we know what the maximum entry for a given sheet is. And so we know what the next value is. So we could actually just iterate over this and pre-populate it. Because again, we know what this value is. So it will be that many per row, which means we know what the offset is. But we can still just do it here. That will accomplish the same thing, but effectively we could just populate it. We won't. This will make it so that I have to think about it less and am less likely to mess it up. Okay, so we need... Now this is going to be current texture. And then we add our so we're popping that in. This gives us our reference number. This gives us the offset. The offset is similar to this. Tile sheet height, width, row times tile sheet height. Okay, so this gives us where that tile sheet begins and ends. Well, begins. Then we need to be converting this. This is our terrain tiles. We're not actually using this currently. Yeah. So we call it up here when we are building the terrain. This doesn't actually need to happen. So create tiles, set peering bits. All of this is not actually happening because we're not messing with the tile data. We're not messing with the terrains at all. If we go through here, we're just going to cull this out. And this will let us find where we have a breakage here. We don't need to add terrains anymore. Okay, this should still run. It did not. Not doing terrains anymore. We add the tile set source. We have the tile size in there. This is again terrain tiles. Okay, we still need to make a tile. So we don't care about our list here. We don't set pairing bits. We don't need to do its terrain set or its terrain. Which means we don't need its tile data. We just want to make a tile for each of these. Coordinates. Create terrain tiles needs a row, a column, and which terrain. We don't care about the terrain. This will be terrain tiles. I think we're still, for the time being, we're going to keep a lot of these methods in here. So we're telling it create the terrains. This is each tile sheet. Again, we don't care about the actual terrain value in here. Like, we're not going to mess with the data. We don't need to do that. So we're not loading the peering bits or anything like that in. There we go. So again, effectively instantaneous when we did that. Which one is the level actually using right now? We're using 32. Okay. Which means we pop back into this file. Export. Okay, so we don't need tile data. We don't need peering bits anymore. We are still going to need a structure kind of like this. This defines where each tile is. Doesn't really matter which order we put them in, but, well, it does. For convenience, we're going to put a bit mask first, which will be 8 bits. effectively 8 bits. It's going to be bigger than that. And it doesn't need to be smaller than that for our purposes. But those 8 bits, yeah, effectively a byte cell. It's going to be more than that because I'm not going to try to stuff it into the actual byte structures. That doesn't always help, in that it can add complexity in other places. But we might. We'll see in a bit. But let's pretend it's an int. It is just going to be powers of 2. We're going to have, the 1-bit, the 2-bit, the 4-bit, on and on and on until we've gone up to, to the 8th. We've made the tile. Create tile is part of the Atlas source. Okay. So refreshing my memory. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is effectively break this. Each one of these is still going to be like this. We're going to iterate over all of this, but we're going to swap it around. Instead of a coordinate with peering bits. Hello, Molly. Molly says it's lap time. Hello. She has a lot of similarities in Sky in regards to sitting on my lap. It is periodic, and if she doesn't get enough attention, she'll crawl up me to remind me that she's here. And that it being lap time, she gets attention. And you take this opportunity to give her some brushing. She doesn't have quite the kind of seal fur that Sammy has, but the stripe down her back is very much that way. That kind of slick, dense fur. She is much fluffier on the sides. I know, I stopped. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Must brush. She is a little sweetheart. And just the biggest troublemaker. Oh, yeah. Okay, so we're still going to have all of these, but instead of it being a cell neighbor to a vector 2, we're going to have it be an integer to a vector 2i. Again, this is going to break all of this. But this is our 0-bit. It has no cell neighbors. So instead of that, we do that. This is the bit mask with nothing. Ollie is making biscuits. Don't you chew that. Don't you chew that. She just has a real thick undercoat. Real thick undercoat. It's a brand name. There are other types out there. It's a Furminator brush. It's an undercoat brush. Again, various types of this. But what it amounts to is it's like very thin metal teeth stacked together, and it slides into the fur and catches the lower layers. It's got a lot of that shearing sheep vibe to it. And doing that is you're going to free up a lot of the trapped dander and get that out. You're also going to remove some of the shedding that happens. So while, if you're really allergic to cats, that's not going to help you sitting there freeing the dander that's trapped in their fur. But it will mean that they're not carrying around as much of it. And it will let you control some of the shedding. Not all of it. I mean, only way to do that is to shave them or something. And they're not going to like that. Be a bad time, wouldn't it, Molly? Okay, so then this is our lower horizontal bar. So it only has our left horizontal bar. So it only has the right bit. If we say, let's map this out. So we would have come on, dear. So we have our 0, we have our 1. I'm going to put these dots in here because I'm going to have to do math. Let's put a hash sign for our marker there. That's our 2. No, I'm sorry. That's 1. That's 2. That's 4. We have 16. This all fit together nicely here. Okay, so if there's one on top, you set the 1 bit. If it's 0, if you have 0 as the adjacency mask, there is nothing adjacent to it. So you add these together to get the result. So, for example, if this is a lower left corner, we would set it to 7, 1 and 2 and 4. So it has something to the right, something above, and something up and right. So this only has the right side, so we set that to 4. And this has right and left. So first we take this. To that, and if it's right and left, then we have 68. And then we ploddingly go through all of this and change it accordingly. So left side, 64. Bottom side is 16. Top and bottom is going to be 17. Top is going to be 1. A little bit more complicated. Is right bottom, bottom. So these 3, 28. So the reason we're doing this is we are creating the patterns that will let us create this. So this one is our 0. It has nothing adjacent to it. So it looks like a bog standard Zelda block. These are our horizontal bar, our vertical bar, our square, that sort of thing. So for every one of these, we're going to be creating a unique mask. Just a second, though. Okay. And a way to look at these, an additional way to see that, is with this little bit of nightmare. These layouts here, showing the adjacency. This isn't how it was ultimately laid out. I structured it differently, but this shows the patterning that you're looking at when you see those, perhaps more clearly. In fact, I think we can show it extra clearly here. Yeah. So here's the template that we're using, how you can see these only have adjacency on a side or sides. This one has adjacency on sides and corners. This one has adjacency on sides and corners, but not one side, and so on and so on. We essentially are saying sides only, some sides only, and limited number of corners, all the way down to only one corner. And that results in stuff like that. And then we have essentially shenanigans to create red, blue, and blue versions and a purple version. Okay. But that's what we're building, is that mapping amongst them. Collapse these as we go. No, you get out of there. You get out of there. Down you go. She is very prone to doing things like pulling totes off of shelves and the like. No matter how many times she has pulled one off the shelf, there's real, hey, what's in here vibes. Okay, we have... This one's going to be a bit of math. We have 64, we have 4, we have 32, 8, and we have 16. $16, 124. I think that's 124. I think that's right. That's 100, 124, yes. Some of these will be bigger numbers than others. And this is 64, 32, 16. It's the upper right. Left, bottom, left. Bottom side. 6, 108. This is a repetitive portion of it. I may get a little focused in just doing some data entry, so forgive me if it quiets down. I will try to keep my stream of consciousness up so you know I'm still there. Okay, so we have 1, 16, we have 64 and 4. Left, right, top, bottom, and bottom right. Top, bottom, right. Okay. Top, bottom. There's no 64. No. 1 and 16 and 4. And then 2 and 8. $31. Sadly, these are at least directly legible. I could preserve this. I could preserve this pattern, actually, by having a series of constants defined in this way. So we do this a bunch of times. Just have that be a bit, but it will be an integer. Right, bottom, bottom left, top left. Ooh. 8. Okay. So now what we can do is have that be a bit of addition, which still makes these legible. That's still 0. We are going to make that explicit. This means that we can now read that result. So this is only our neighbor to the right. Up and close them after we deal with it here. Okay, so that is the left side of the horizontal bar. This is the middle of the horizontal bar, which is going to be right plus left. So legibility here, such that while entering these, we are going to be able to see what we're actually entering. If I revisit this code, I don't have to scroll up here and try to parse apart what this one is. So this is the right hand, and it is just tile neighbor left then. And then the top of a vertical bar only has the bottom. And the middle of a vertical bar has the top and the bottom. And then the bottom vertical bar just has the top. Okay, and then we're getting into the square. So the upper left has right, bottom, and lower right. Right, tile neighbor bottom right, plus bottom. And then the upper middle, we will start with tile neighbor right, plus tile neighbor bottom right, neighbor left, and tile neighbor left. There we go. And we are going to repeat this ad nauseum for a bit. Upper right has tile neighbor bottom. Bottom left. Tile neighbor left. We have the left middle side is going to start from top. Plus. So this is going to be top right. Tile neighbor right. Neighbor bottom right. Plus tile neighbor bottom. So a crescent from top to bottom there. So now this is the center, so it has all of them. Neighbor up. Plus okay, wrong order on that. We'll fix it in a moment. We are going to take a quick break right here, folks. I will be right back. Okay, we're back. All right. Center square. Center square. Oh. This is actually a useful one. Thinking about it. Because I wanted that. Don't suggest otherwise. Right. Neighbor left. Tile neighbor up left. Okay, this particular one is actually pretty useful because we can just duplicate this value here whenever we want to replace. Oh. Copy. So this is the whole circle here. Top, top right, right, bottom, bottom left, left, and top left. That is the whole rotation around 8 points there. So if this is the right middle of the square, then we paste U in, and we know that it is top. It is not right, it's on the right side. So it is top, bottom, bottom left, left, and top left. So an arc of 5 on its left side. And this is the lower left square. So that has its top right, and its right. Now, one of the advantages of this is at runtime, if I got this wrong, it will complain because these are acting as the keys in a dictionary, and those are unique. Okay, this is lower middle of a square. It does get a little more complicated. We're going to leave those there actually going forward. We are going to do this first. So we have left and right. This lower middle, so we're removing... Hey there, fire! Or Ian. Seen you before. You have changed names a couple of times. So we have the left, we have the two tops, so we remove the bottom sides. The bottom side entirely, so we have the top. Yeah, okay, the arc there. Okay, we're missing one. Left and right, top left, top right, and top. Top left is missing. Tile neighbor, top left. We are in the process of fixing our... Hey there, Hassan. That we are in the process of fixing our grid system. Ultimately rebuilding it to be less awful. Okay, and this is the lower right. Well, thank you. We can see 4 of them currently. I suspect Sky is in the tree. Molly could be anywhere. Let's see if we can spot all of them. Yeah, Sky's in the tree. Oh, okay. Molly's under my feet. Hey there, Laura. So again, we're in the process of... Okay, there's top, no bottom right, no bottom right, no bottom left, top left, top left. We're in the process of changing this to a bit masked collection of vectors. That's right, Laura. The part we're working on is to say, given the neighbors as a bit mask, which position in a tile sheet is the should this tile be? So, like, if it has no neighbors, it's 0, 0. If it has a neighbor in all sides, it's going to be 2, 2. Right about here. And so on for this whole mess. This is a 7x7 sheet, so and -2, so there's 47 combinations. In a dictionary, lore, yes. So the key is the mask, and the result is a vector 2i. Thought of what I was making in what way, Cruel? Okay, it has one corner removed. All right. Bottom left, top right, but not bottom right. Ah, okay. We have removed one corner. That's right. Because I frequently think quite extensively on what I am building. When I started this, I had an idea for the project. Like, I wanted to make a particular type of game. I wanted to make a Vampire Survivors game with, like, Noida-style modular weapons. And we have been rolling from there. I do not have a design document. That all lives in my head, which is why sometimes you will hear me trying to figure out what I was thinking. Though in a lot of ways, that is professionally realistic. Hey there, Crimzone. Game development can be daunting at the beginning, but I mean, there's not much to be done for it but to do it. Okay, bottom left is removed for this one. Pull you out of there. This one top right is removed. And in this one, top left is removed. What this is we're setting up a bit mask and we're mapping that in a dictionary to an integer vector. An integer two-dimensional vector, a vector 2i, in Godot terms. Okay, this is two corners with the top corners removed. So our top left and our top right. Two corners, top left and right. I can show that. This is two corners, top left and right removed. We are working with these right now, this little column here. We just did this group of four. This pattern is one corner is removed. They're in the center here. Then this pattern, which looks like one of the yellows is kind of pointing up, right, down, left. That is two corners are removed. Now there's also diagonal corners. Those are down here. We'll get to those in a moment. Then here we're going to have three corners. There's four corners removed. Here is three corners in a side. And I have those here. Again, two corners diagonally. There are other permutations, such as two sides and one corner as far as survival. So removing, that would be two sides, three corners. But for the time being, we're limiting some of our permutations to more common layouts. We might have to change that later, and that as long as we don't scramble those. 2D game. Once I fix this bit of code, I can show you what we're working on again. Oh, where's our solo? Where's our center square? And you, and you, and you. Corners, so top, okay. Okay, so this is two corners on the right side, so top right and bottom right. So we still have top left and bottom left. Okie doke. Okay. But yeah, this entire code base over here, it has been written since we started the project. This is our... Which stream are we on? This is our 147th stream doing this. For a while, we were streaming 3 or less hours of this coding. That has extended a lot lately. And I do more of the work offline. Just the complexity of the project continues to increase. So we gotta spend more time on it. So bottom left and bottom right are removed in this one. Does it have lore? Yes, it does. It is related to my character lore. And is also a bit of a fan Easter egg for some of the look and feel of the weaponry that will show up. At least initially. The initial game will follow the adventures of a Catbot 1.0, the prior model to the Nyanite, which is visible in a lot of my prior streams. Shameless plug, watch my prior streams. And it's kind of its journey out in the wilderness, we'll say. And then things will escalate. 2 cells on the left, so the top left and the bottom left will be removed. Like I said, once I get done with this pile of edits that I'm doing here, I will run the game again. Okay, 3 corners, that leaves the upper left. So this is in 4-2. Let's double check. 4-2. Yes, that leaves the upper left corner. So we leave top left, but all of the other corners go away. Repeat and repeat and repeat. So we leave top right, all of the other corners go away. We leave bottom left, and all of the other corners go away. It will be slightly apparent if we mess this up. Well, it can be apparent in 2 ways. 1, there will be a visual bug. And 2, it will not run the code because I have a duplicate key. 3 corners lower right, so bottom right stays, but all of the others go away. It's also that much more compact. Hooray. Okay. Okay. This is with 4 of the corners removed. And we are in the upper left, so just right and bottom survive. So now we're on to this shape here. What was I thinking of? I was thinking that I like games like Vampire Survivors. For a while there was a glut in that genre because of the popularity of Vampire Survivors, the sort of breakaway success that was. Breakout success, whatever. And there are a lot of bad ones in that genre at this point. Right side, bottom side, left side. And like I said, for quite a while, we played a lot of games that are like a game called Noida. In particular, games with procedural, almost like functional weapon flows. So if I put this module here and this module here, it has this result. Not just it hits harder, but it curves to the left and explodes, kind of stuff. Corners upper left, so we're only going to have upper right. We're only going to have left and bottom. After this set, things get more complicated. These are fiddlier. Let's see. What were my thoughts? I like pixel art. Among Us is actually slightly higher res than some of the stuff, but still pixel art. It's not like vector art, but it's getting closer to that. They look they look smoother and more drawn, you know? .3D would not be out of the question, but that's not in my skill set. And I do not intend to make it part of my skill set yet. Okay, top right and bottom only. Oops, you. Paste you. 4 corners center, so top, bottom, left, right. Four sides. Paste you, 4 corners, middle, right. No right side ones. No corners, no right side ones. So let's get rid of the corners automatically here. And then we remove right. What made me start coding? An interest in video games. Way back. And then I realized I kind of like the style of thinking that goes into coding. This very, if this, then that kind of flow of thinking. Okay, only top and right survive. For example, what we're doing here, where I am representing the layout of these using powers of 2. So that subsequently, once I place that tile, I can very quickly determine, based on the surrounding tiles in the map, what particular tile in the image, which one of these I should actually use. Those are sample tiles. They're not like the tiles that will appear in the game. Okay, so this is the left middle. Sorry, lower middle. Top, left, and right. Yes. It's lower left, yes. Okay, and then lower right has only left and top. All right. Oh, these are fiddly. Currently, I'm not looking at multiplayer. That might be something that I try to, crowbar in sometime later. But for the time being, single player stuff. So we avoid that particular logic problem. It is you are describing a very common issue with multiplayer games, in that's often that those games allow the client to fully control what it's doing, because that offloads a lot of the work of what happens in the world to the client. But in a client-server world, always assume that the client is malicious and lying to you. Do not let the client say, I moved 10 pixels to the left. The client is only allowed to say, I'm pressing left. Okay, we leave the top side, the right side, and the bottom in the top right corner. So we leave these two, this one, not the bottom right. We leave the bottom. We don't leave the left side or the top left. Top right, bottom. Okay. These are the fiddly ones. Let me show you. These guys here. That is 0, 4. So we're working on these right now. Okay, these are the left-right one corner ones. So we know that the left and right sides based on this. So the left side is removed. It has one corner remaining. And it is... That's not right for the notation. Because this says lower right. Oh, okay. That is the side that is removed in this variant. We're saying which sides are removed. Remove the left side and remove the lower right corner. Hooray for consistency. I'm not changing it now. Okay, so this is right side. So all of the right side ones get removed. And then we also remove the bottom left. So we have top, bottom, left, top, left. Okay. Okay, this is remove the left side. So everything with left in it. And we also remove top right. So we have top, right, bottom, right. Yeah, okay. Move the right side. And we remove the top left. Top and bottom and left and bottom left remain. Yes, okay. All right, we remove the top side, which will be top left. Ultimately, I should have started with, well, there's fiddliness there. Cruel, I can't really say. The concept of generations is a media construct. They're not a real thing. Neither really socially or like biologically in any way. It is better to describe it based on the technologies and the world events that they grew up with. So, like, there are elements of tail end of millennial into Gen Z, as they are called, grew up with cell phones always, and grew up with the US being in a war constantly. Different nations will differ in this. There is into Gen Z, you get into the territory where they had smartphones for their entire life. Or they had like tablets as like toddlers, you know? And those things impact a lot. Those big social events have a big impact on how folks view the world. we see that in like the US government, is that because there is a massive representation in a much older generation, as in we have lawmakers that lived before. We have lawmakers that are like just after World War One kind of stuff going on here, or at the tail end of it. Just nuke this person here. Boop. And because of that, the experiences that they had and the technology that they had, their view of the world is fundamentally different. Now, that same person can adapt to the new world, but some people don't. Just like folks in newer generations might not realize what happened just a little before their time, kind of thing. We are heading into coming generations that are potentially going to grow up with large language model generative machine learning algorithms being available to them since they started school, since they started learning. That is horrifying. We already see grown adults effectively losing their minds because they rely on, Chat GPT to tell them everything they should do, how to write, how to fix a problem. There. I do have a cough. It is painful now and again. But my beverage at the moment is my favorite ginger ale. It is the Kroger Big K brand zero sugar ginger ale, and it is the best ginger ale. It's got a nice ginger ale taste, and it leans towards the spicy side, but it is extra fizzy. So it hits the back of my throat and makes me cough a lot. So sorry about that in advance. Okay, we remove all of the top side ones. And we remove bottom right. So we're left with right and left and bottom left. Okay. But that's what tells you more. Like tail end of what is called Gen X into Millennial, that's when we have the era of the loyal career, and the going to university starts to lose its charm and viability. The American dream is collapsing because of expense. And that is a generation that is disappointed. That period of time has led to a lot of disappointment and disillusionment in the system. This is an age when people feel they were lied to by the prior generation. If you work hard and you study hard, you will be rewarded. But instead, you worked hard, but you got fired and you have no pension. You study hard, but it required you to have a ridiculous loan to finish the class, and you'll never be able to pay that loan back on average. That is going to make some jaded folks. Some of those folks become fatalistic. Again, some of them become jaded. We have groups of people that grew up through things like the pandemic, and also seeing the groups of people that grew up with that sort of fatalistic mindset that I have to work and it's going to suck, but I have to. and looked at that and said, oh, I don't like that. We're not doing that. And that's where we started to get things like quiet quitting. Previous groups of people, previous ages, looking at it and saying, well, they just don't want to work. And the newer age looking at it and saying, I don't want to do that because you're making me miserable. And I would rather be happy than perceived as loyal to a career. And that's if for no other reason than they saw that the prior generation, the prior group, had lost the reason to be loyal to a career. I can't parse that. You might need to re-engineer that paragraph a little bit there, Rule. Okay, remove the top side and remove the lower left. So, the right, the left, the bottom, and the bottom right. Yes. We can see here the points where I have to look at it and say, okay, wait a minute, what notation was I thinking about here? Oh, yes. There is that aspect of my time is worth something, and I could be spending this time in a way that I feel is better for me. Again, I have standards. I'm not going to do that. Whereas there are prior folks that look at it and say, you should be happy to work here. You should be proud to have been chosen. So suck it up. Remove the bottom side and remove the top right. So top, right, left, and top left. Move the bottom side. Remove the top right. Wait. Oh. Remove the top left. Top right, left, top right. The upheavals right now for people in the programming space, we're seeing across a wide swath of people seeing that they were not as valued as they thought they might be. You have a lot of companies saying, "Why should we employ a programmer? Our CIO can just type things into ChatGPT and we can deploy that to the server." That is going badly for them, but that didn't stop a lot of people from getting laid off. There are other reasons for that. There are other political and economic pressures. But that is happening a lot right now. Artists as well, writers as well, are getting hit with this. I fully anticipate that this bubble of large language models in related systems, I try to avoid using AI because it is a grandiose way to refer to them. We had a word for it before. It's machine learning. That bubble's going to pop, and it's going to be ugly. We're already seeing it in the tech space, where you have companies scrambling to hire programmers to fix the stuff that generative algorithms have created. But that's gonna take a moment. Okay, so it's the whole thing, but we remove the top left. Wait. Yes. We remove top left and bottom right. It should leave us with the top, the right, and the left, and the bottom, and the top right, and the bottom left. Yes. Okay, and in this one, it is again, we are going to remove the top right, and we are going to remove the bottom left. And that leaves us with 6 things. We have 6 things up there too. So we have the top, we have the left, we have the right, we have the bottom, we have the top left, and we have the bottom right. Okay. We have a couple of other issues that it claims. Let's find them. Somewhere in this region. It's complaining about an issue in one of these. There we go. Comma. There. Now we have this little bit here. So this is no longer like that. We have a key value pair of an integer. It would be that. An integer to a vector 2. And it's... So our atlas coordinates are in our value now. Yes. Push button. Okay, still working. So this is still with just using the upper right tile. What type of games have I encountered that made me want to get into coding? I first encountered video games very early. I would say the ones that got me most excited about the prospect of coding would be early RPGs. 2 examples of that would be the NES release of Ultima. I can't remember what the suffix was. All the Ultima games have suffixes. But the first one. I also played it on DOS, but that was terrible. Encountered a lot of games before that, but those initial party-based RPGs got me real excited. Played a lot of games, though. But I find that games with advancement elements, permanent upgrades and what have you, are things that I'm most interested in. Even if they're just steady unlock kind of things. So I have damage on the player turned off right now, but you can see our tiles are spawning our big map of gray, red, and blue tiles here. I have enemies spawning in. I can pull up the screen and I can change the way that my weapon behaves. And do stuff like this. Game is slowing down significantly, but it's still within very viable threshold. Max Payne, I did play some of the Max Payne games. They're okay. Again, you're sort of like, we'll call it like a set piece sort of scenario. Games are not as interesting to me. Some of the shooters in that area have interesting story elements, and the gameplay is okay, but the actual content gets consumed swiftly. But yeah, so right now it's splitting into 3-4 times and orbiting the player. It still wants the yarn balls still try to move in a straight line out from the player, but the orbital pattern hauls on them pretty hard as they move out, so they get pulled back in. There are ways that could be overcome. And we can make their behavior that much more erratic here. We could also do even more here. We're going to add a track an enemy after this. So what happens here is it randomly selects one of the blobs in existence, and that particular cluster of them will try to fly towards that enemy. If that enemy is removed, that force is pulled away. So we're seeing it much tighter because it's trying to pull it. The algorithm pulls it towards that enemy, but then the orbital pattern hauls back on it. So we can do it even more by adding some random direction in here. So we're seeing that some of the edges are being distorted a little bit more. If we remove the orbit and we put spiral on, now we'll start to see them spread out and kind of wibble all over the place. And more so, let's remove that spiral, and we're going to remove random direction on them. So now they're emitting in a big cluster, but they will acquire targets and try to chase that target. They are still dragged in a random direction, so some of the yarn balls aren't going to move very far. But we can see little fountains of them being emitted out and trying to land on enemies here. And we can make it extra laggy by doing this. So now the yarn balls each emit an explosion every second. So our frames per second have started to chunk down here. I'm seeing faster diagonal movement here. I'll have to make sure. I thought I changed it so that diagonal movement was converted to a unit vector before applying it. cheat menu kind of stuff. I very frequently do things like edit game data files and whatnot when I don't want to play them as is. Sometimes I will use, publicly / commercially available mods in similar. I mentioned Noida was something that we played a lot on the channel. I made a personal mod for that, a personal extensive mod to both play with the community, so all of the viewers would kind of play along in a particular fashion, but additionally to expand the on-screen integrations away from just Twitch, but to include YouTube as well. So yeah, this is the general thrust of the game. In the background, there's a lot going on as far as how the map is laid out, as well as when and what enemies could appear. I mean, largely the same thing, Cruel. That menu that they have created is to allow them to alter the game world in ways that they see fit for the purposes of debugging. But just like any game where you can access the console or cause the console to be to appear, that is often for the stuff you can do there is often for debugging purposes. But anything you can do there is often accessible to like altered DLLs and the like. Okay. We can make this a little messier, but I don't want to go about that way yet. All right. So we have a pattern for them. So what we're going to do is whenever we set a tile here, we want to set a bit field to get the atlas position out of it. So we're going to get from our terrain offsets, we're going to call you tile sheet layout. We're also going to do a interim commit here. Yes, you can do get operations inside of Visual Studio, but I'm not doing it. I do have the GitHub client, and I just use that. Anywho, so we have our tile sheet layout is where in a tile sheet the tile I want is. And then our tile sheet offsets, based on which tile sheet we're using, we are going to position the atlas accordingly. So right here, we're saying this key in it, in our sequence of updates here, we're saying set this position to this terrain key. We are going to randomize which actual cell we set it to. We are going to set it to a value between 0 and the sum of all of this. The 27 to 55. Okay. is equal to... What it should be equal to is this. Get this in a moment. That. That. This accomplishes the same thing, but it is something that I can more easily reuse and modify. Left. Left plus top left. Okay. So we're going to set the bit mask to a value from 0 to this, all the way up through that. Random from... What is it? No. We're going to put that question out of bounds as far as my life off the street. This is not a condemnation of you for asking it. I choose not to answer it. And thus my answer is, it is my full-time job to maintain the Catbot factory. Otherwise, how would Catbot Corporation continue to function? Max value, min value, so I'm going to say 0. File, neighbor, none, to tile, neighbor, all. This is messy, but new. Equal to this. To an int, and we are going to say random tile, so our actual grid position is going to be based on this. So we're going to say our tile sheet offsets dot that is going to be our pair key. plus. So that is a vector 2. And then we need tile sheet layout. And we're going to feed that our random tile. And this will totally work first try. All right, let's run it over here so I can see what didn't work. Oh, not every permutation works. Let's just brute force that in. Is going to just be a list of integers integer, but we're going to predefine it, and it is going to be this. But not really that. Instead, we are going to a bunch of commas here. This is entirely me, yes. I chat with folks about what's going on, and there are other folks that are simultaneously making games that I talk to. Different games. Laura was in the channel earlier. Can't tell which chat he was in just yet. He's often in the tall format YouTube stream. But he's making like a Mech Warrior style game on the side. So tile maps is something that we all encounter. Oh, wait. No, I don't need to do it this way. Random. So we create a new random value. So for each of these, we get a random tile, but it's not this. It's going to be from 0 to tile sheet layout dot count. And we are going to say right here, we are not going to use that directly. Instead, it's going to be tile sheet layout random tile dot value. No, that's a key. Hey, Zakes. So these are key value pairs. So it's not that one. Dot. Should be a get by index. Which one? Looking for a group by. We are using Godot currently 4.4 as our engine for it. It is being compiled in compatibility mode, so it is largely using OpenGL for rendering. Okay. .keys, and we're going to say keys is a yes. Okay, and we are going to get the random key. So we're using Godot. We're in compatibility mode sakes. And compatibility mode essentially uses the most universal graphics set for its rendering process. Yeah. I mean, mobile app dev is everywhere lately, but I can see the consternation. Okay, if we just do tile sheet offsets, let's start there. Okay. This gets us the 0 tile. We're in the right territory. So this is the number of tile sheet layouts. What I want to get is the xth one, essentially. But I don't think... It returns a key collection, and then... Now I can't use a square brackets operator. I don't want to iterate over it. Okay, how about... get an enumerator for it, and then can I do that? Of course I can't. Because this would let me for each over it. That's not what I want. I do not want to enumerate over the collection. Sometimes it do be like this. Not selecting by. I don't want from the start of a sequence here. But can we? It has an overload. But obnoxious. Cruel, one of... So Undertale is a very popular, famous game at this point. And at the time that it was written, Toby Fox was not a programmer and was not experienced in programming. And notoriously, there is a block of code in Undertale that is every string of dialogue as a great big if-else statement. But the resultant game, despite that, was very good. My understanding of that, if you're talking about that Yandere simulator game that made the rounds, my understanding is that it was neither good nor complete, which makes that bad. Ooh, oh. Okay, element at... Can I do element at here? Let's just double check. Yeah. Dot. Okay, then the value is what I want. Aha. Yay. Oops, jumped through. Okay. This should look like a mess if it works. Aha, yes. Okay, this is selecting a random tile from the tile sheet of the type specified in the map. We are at the next stage. Huzzah. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do about this is we are going to go in and we are going to pre-calculate which tile to use given the map bitmap. And we're going to convert it into it's going to look weird because it's going to be by chunk. But for the time being, we gonna use that chunk logic. So let's see here. The chunks live in the world map. So here's our map chunk texture. And which chunk in which order. Yes, the map chunk sequence is which. And these are the... Yes. So we have a list of chunks, and they contain an array of vector 2s. Which are the types of terrain. This is not necessarily what I want anymore in this, because that chunk is going to be... Alright. We're going to have to think about this. Quick break, be right back, and then we'll ponder this a little more. And we're back. Alright, so currently the map chunks are laid out in sequences of terrain, like clusters of terrain. But that's not really what we want. So this is a dictionary of individual squares of the same terrain type. We did that because we were using the tile map layer terrain system at the time, but as we have discovered, that is terrible for performance. So instead, what we want is a list of terrain position pairs, not a list of, I mean, it could be a dictionary of positions to terrains, such that you can't overlap them. But 6 one way, half a dozen the other, what we want is a pair. This spot, this terrain. Or this type of tile. So to go further on this, and let's make sure. And not just a type of terrain. We actually need it to be a triple. It needs to be which tile set, and then which tile within it, and where to put it. I might have to make a object outside to encompass these. Hello, Molly. Hello. But circling back around, Cruel, to the 10,000 lines, like I said, it does ultimately matter on the result. If the game that you made is good, and that thing that you did does not negatively impact the game, then it doesn't matter. I'm spending a lot of time because I'm trying to put gobs of things on the screen with complicated movement patterns. So I need to be precise. Okay, we are going to say... I think it could be an enum, but what we want it to be is an integer so that we are tied to it. So we're just going to call you a public class tile neighbor. Will it support 1440? At the moment, it's locked to 1080. I don't know if 1440 is a 16 by 9, but it's going to be 1080 at 16 by 9 by default. That 1080 is technically scaled, as in you're not really looking at sprites at 1080. They're zoomed in about 3x. Like that, those yarn balls that were on the screen are 16 by 16 pixels. They itty bitty. Class, and we are going to just nab all of this, and it's going to complain. We do that. I mean, like I said, it's locked to. It would go full screen borderless and it would scale accordingly, or you would need to scale it accordingly. Again, 1080p to start with. There's going to be a way to be an expand all hiding around here somewhere. Outlining. There we go. What we're doing here is that we're setting it up so that the world map will generate the entirety of it, and the chunks are... So we convert the chunks currently into the whole world map. We may take the world map as it is and say that the map is the map. And we have logic for extracting a chunk from it. There is potentially some messiness in that I want to avoid, though. So we'll have to see. We will be able to make these more concise in a moment because it can be tileneighbor.top as opposed to tileneighbor.tileneighbor. But first we must set all of these. I am popping this out so that it can act as a utility class. I will probably pop it out entirely so that it is not in any given file, so that any other class's file, so that its independence from that class is clear. Currently, by its nature, it is independent of it, but by putting it in the file that bears the name of the map renderer, it implies a direct tie between the two. Both cruel. The GPU handles most of the rendering. I am using one shader currently. Once I have the map rendering working for this, the way that I'm doing it, I have some older code that I did for a bit that used the GPU entirely via shader to render the tiles. Hello, Idunya. You and you. You and you. Yeah, let me do... This is the current map chunk. I have a data file that tells, given this color, what tile set do you mean? And then I stitch multiple of these together to create the whole map. There's nothing stopping me from loading a gigantic texture in as the whole map, and I may yet do that. Because this bitmap is entirely just color data. That's what I'm using it for. Because it allows me to say, go into an editor like this and draw the map as pixels, and then have the code interpret that. I'm probably going to switch to using one big chunk for the map, and then subdivide it into chunks once it is created. So we take the whole map, we pre-process the tiles. Then we divide it into chunks based on some specification. Okay, still functional. We're going to go into our map, and we are going to world maps are used down here. It's more part of a world map in the sense that a world map would pre-process it, but perhaps not. No, I think I'm going to leave it where it is for now. We are going to move the pre-processing out of this. We are going to set it so that there is only one chunk for now, and that the chunk sequence is just use that chunk over and over. So we should already be doing that. I'm going to have to set the file association because I always use Notepad for that. It's where my notes to get here. Okay. So we just repeat this map over and over. So what we're going to do is we're going to take the map texture from the world map that we've got, and we're going to create a pre-processed one. And then we're going to generate the chunks ourselves. So we're removing the rendering logic of, given where I am, what chunk do I use? Or, sorry, we are cementing its position in here. In the tile map renderer. Because that should have a... this process... physics process should have... physics process should have something there. Oh, handle message. Physics process, it's handle message, because I have moved that outside. Okay. So we parse the position, we figure out what the possible chunks are, and then we will retrieve those chunks from the world map. We get loaded chunks, but we're going to get the loaded world chunks from here. So this is an opportunity because the chunk is a map in and of itself. Yeah. We're going to move chunks out of the world map. Or we're going to handle it differently. As in, I can construct the world out of chunks, but that still requires sequencing to it, and it removes it from the texture. So we're just going to grab the first chunk. That is the only chunk. Chunk. We load a map chunk. We are creating its offset, but we're never going to use that. So we want a two-dimensional array, and we are going to convert it into a two-dimensional array. At the moment, what we'll have is a texture, and I think we can still use another bitmap for this. Okay. What does world map currently contain for us? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, it has level map, which is a world map object, which contains potentially multiple chunks. I'm probably going to move away from the map dealing with chunks, and instead there will be logic to say, this is the sequence of tiles to draw or to undraw because you got within that range. But it won't be the chunk that determines what those are. We will have loaded those all into memory already. It's another reason that these textures need to be... This needs to be swapped out to be a catalog name indexed list, so that texture can be a shared resource that I don't have to keep loading as an independent texture. Giving Molly a bit of attention here. Okay. Okay, we're just going to repeat the same chunk over and over. But we're going to pre-process them first. Okay, so we need to go into set world map. Create the atlas, we load the tile set. Here we're going to pre-process the map. Molly has wanted to sit on my lap a couple of times today. Okay, If you're going that way, you're going to start over here. Oh, I'm sorry. What? I picked her up to move her elsewhere, and she cried at me because she wanted to walk across the soundboard, not be put on the table. Okay, so we have a texture 2D that we're going to create. Ultimately, we're going to duplicate that texture 2D in the same way that we blit together the atlas. Yeah. So we create an empty image, and it will have the same width and height as the map in the same image format. So it's going to be effectively that again. So we're duplicating the map textures. We're just going to take chunk 0 again. And go from there. Let's here real quick. Okay. So we duplicate the texture. Well, we're not duplicating it. We just need to make one that is the same dimensions. I'm going to go into our set world map, but we need, it is an image. Okay, we create an image, and then we have an image texture, which we will create from that image. And this emits a texture 2D. Just a moment. Oh, cough has been bad lately. Okay, so we're going to go in and we're going to go back to set world map. Oh, but first we need our... That's our world map, and we're going to have... world map tiles. So what this will do is when we set the world map, we are going to extract the chunk out into world map tiles. And we are going to consult that texture anytime it asks us for the content. Okay, which means we won't need to get them from the world map right now, which is where we want to be. That world map. So now we're going to pre-process it. Old. What did I do when I created the atlas? False. Cruel? No. I ultimately think games continue to get better. Um, there are a lot more games being made, so um, the chance that you're going to find a bad one is at least as good. But that's also an indication of the accessibility of the process. The further back you go, the more cumbersome it was to make a game. Like, in the earliest part of the console era post video game crash, so, into your late 80s into 90s era consoles, your Nintendos, manufacture of the games was very strongly controlled by the manufacturer of the console, like rigidly controlled. They didn't even supply like dev kits or even offer them for sale. Most developers made them themselves. But now I can download Godot and just wing it. So you're gonna see bad games. With our generative AI era in the near future, you're gonna see a lot of bad games. But the quality of some games is at least as good, if not increasing. So on average, across every game made at any given time, then yeah, you could say that the quality is falling. But if we look at peak quality, like the kind of games that we remember that are great, then I'd say it's increasing. Like, ever increasing. To some extent cruel, but in other extents, they were just throwing things at the wall. Like, the original Mario Brothers has gigantic lore holes and is nonsensical. Like, really, really nonsensical. Do you know that Mario commits murder every time he breaks a block? What do you mean? Okay. Vector 2 will get us the texture size. I'm just going to brute force this for a moment. It's the newer ones, yes. But, well, no, actually. Again, in the original Mario Brothers, Mario kills a citizen of the Mushroom Kingdom every time he breaks blocks. All of those blocks are creatures that were transformed by King Koopa, who was not Bowser at the time. The origins of Mario are entirely from a different game that had no lore at all, really. For a lot of games, the lore was maybe a blurb on the back of the box or a haphazard construction in the instruction book. That is no better than, again, a lot of stuff that is being written today. As far as RPGs, I would put Undertale above a great many games from earlier eras. One of my favorite games, Tunic, I would put above pretty much every game from my childhood. Period, full stop. Additionally, like quality-wise, coding quality-wise, a lot of the early console games were notoriously bad. Some of that was constraints of the documentation that was available, but some of it is just coded really badly. Or they tried to work outside of the limitations of the software and hardware that was available, and it resulted in terrible artifacting. Old Nintendo game Strider is another one that's notorious for that. Like, it's buggy all over the place. Final Fantasy 1. One of my favorite games early on. I played that thing to death. But its plot, its writing is thin on the ground. Its character classes are largely just variations on Dungeons and Dragons, and their spell system is lifted pretty much fully from the second edition era of Dungeons and Dragons, and does not perform well for it. Progress through the game is stuttering and sometimes can roadblock you because the path forward is obscure. All kinds of problems. Was it great in its time? Fantastic in its time. And that's how you have to look at games, is in their time, what was it like? And that's great. But you don't put the two of them next to each other. You don't put Final Fantasy VII and the remake for it right next to each other and say the original isn't as good or similar, because they're two different entities made in two different eras of game design. You can like them better, and that's fine, but it's not really fair to compare that kind of thing one to one. It's not fair to put Final Fantasy 1 up against games written in a more robust development era. Whether it's developed by a huge corporation or by some dude in a garage. /dudette, we do not discriminate. Though I think we could use more gender non-deterministic terminology. Doing a thing. Yes, doing a thing. Okay, we need width dot x tiles. Texture dot. Get format. As an integer. As an integer. Create empty. Have I done any 3D modeling? I have poked Blender, but I haven't done any research or learning on 3D modeling. It's not out of the question. Messing with 3D stuff could be interesting. I have a great deal of nostalgia and kind of love of sprite art. And it's also within my skill set, so bonus. Hey there, James. How are you doing? Okay, so we have our tiles, which gives us an image. We are now going to look at world map tiles image dot. Do we have a set pixel? Which pixel and which color to set it to? Yes. Okay. Okay, does it still run? James, we are working on a shift from the terrain type pattern to a set individual tiles pattern. And where we are right now, this is randomized. We are now set up so individual tiles can be set to individual types of tile in a tile set. So you can see all kinds of different tile types rendering here. They're the right color, but which tile you get is random. What we're doing right here is we're going to pre-process the world map. Now, this is going to change it from us creating map chunks as individual images to we're creating a world map, and then we're going to render it to the screen in chunks. Like, we'll fill in the squares when we need to, kind of thing. For now, we might brute force it and just throw the whole thing on the screen or on the tile map layer. But I'm sorry, Molly. I'm sorry. I'm sorry you're underfoot, man. There's Sherbet. Let's put it on the side here. She looks cozy. I'm not saying her name because she'll probably jump off camera. There's Ember. Her little socks are off camera. She is toasting. Okay, so we're taking chunk 0 as our texture 0 as the only texture that exists at all. So we have this. Now we do an ugly iteration. Int x is 0. X is... Well, okay, let's see here. Image width. Reference. Dot texture. Nope. We're gonna that, and then we're going to say world map texture dot texture size as an int. So format is going to return an image format, but we'll have this more concise, so that's okay. Width. We are going to iterate over the entirety of our world map texture. Then, let's see, we're going to have a list of okay, so for each XY coordinate, we do a check on them. And we can pre-populate this accordingly. Like that. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now, this is going to be an ugly little if-else. So X and Y are in bounds. So there are going to be some cases that we need to check, and that's if any of the sides are out of bounds. Left, top left. Okay. This is if. So we know X is valid. Whenever we're looking at this, X is valid. If Y minus 1 is greater than or equal to 0. So this is our safety net. Then and And texture dot get. Can we do a get pixel? I free it. Get pixel. Okay. So there's get and set pixel. Okay. We want the image. Sure. Dot get image. That is world map image dot get size. Just so. And then we have world map image now, like this. Okay. Get pixel. X comma y minus 1. Equal to excuse me. At y. Okay. So if these are the same, then we set the top bit. Oh, excuse me. Okay, the current pixel needs to be translated from the map to the terrain type. So terrain colors is a list of colors. That's messy for me to do it that way. We knew it. Okay, we can clean this up. I am trying to compile this, Cruel. I'm trying to compile this game with maximum compatibility in mind. I don't know what will run, like what's the minimum that it would run on, but I'm trying to build it to be as efficient as possible in order to stay above 30 frames a second. if we can do that on a potato, then we're doing good. Okay, so terrain colors comes in as a list. Okay. So we're going to extract terrain colors in this process. We are brute forcing this like crazy. This is a dictionary of color to an integer. This is dictionary for each of each for each color in world map dot terrain colors. Okay, that is going to be color to the add color, and its value is going to be color to child sheet dot count. Okay, so we have stuffed that in there. Then our and processed pixel is going to be set according to this. Int equal to style sheet dot current pixel. Oh, excuse me. Okay, that's which tile sheet. Then processed pixel dot red is equal to tile sheet. Okay. And then if this is true, then processed pixel dot green plus equals tile neighbor dot top. This is creating, so we say the red contains which tile sheet to use. Hey, Lunar, did I add the Gundam Team Zord boss fight yet? The idea of, like, set piece boss battles is something that I want to incorporate. Maybe like at, like a mid boss and then end of level kind of thing. Since I'm currently looking at the idea of a linear level, like a brawler style level. We might still look at things like map junctures or switches that exist in the world, like your Metal Slug kind of thing, where if I go up here, it will actually change the map path kind of thing, without the map becoming two-dimensional. Okay, so we add that. We're going to do this for every combination. Right. Bottom right. Bottom left. Top left. We are setting a bit mask. Okay, so top right is still going to be -1. And x plus 1 is less than map width. Oh, I'm fully aware, Lunar, fully aware. But, you know, we ride the gag. Top right. So this y is removed and it's x plus 1 is less than map width. We have, we're building up the combinations here. X. Oh, we need to match that. +1, y -1. So we skip it if it's out of bounds. Okay, and top right is y -1, x plus 1. Yes, yes. And then to the right is just x plus 1. And that is right. Bottom right is y plus 1 and x plus 1. Less than, stop that, map height. And x plus 1 is less than map width. X plus 1 and y plus 1. And that is bottom right. How much MHZ you need to play this game properly and not crash frequently while it... I have no idea. That is going to be a future Newt problem. Like I said, I'm making this as slim as possible. If you notice during me showing what the game was like, there was a number that got up into the thousands or dropped down really low while I was checking. That was frames per second. So I will always be keeping an eye on that. If that number is absurdly high, ideally, then I'm going to be able to run this on lesser machines. We're going to start with Steam, and if that works, then we'll consider other things. But if I keep this with performance in mind, then it will be able to run on a potato. And that's the goal. Okay, bottom is y plus 1. And that is less than map height. Then we look at y plus 1. And we say the bottom is set. So bottom left is y plus 1 is less than map height. puts us at y plus 1. And x minus 1 is greater than or equal to 0. So y plus 1 and x minus 1. So this is bottom left. So we go left 1, so x minus 1. And we go down 1, so y plus 1. In Godot world space, x and y extend right and down. Up and left is negative space. Bottom left. And then this is x minus 1. X minus 1, then we have left. And top left is, just like I said, double minus. Minus 1, top left. Okay. So that is our bit mask. Ooh, tricky. Okay, we need more than a color now. No, this is right. This is right. Okay. We have which tile, and we have which mask it uses. Which tile set and which mask. So red and green are currently enough. Yes. I declare it to be. So then we are going to set our we created world map tiles image pixel. Set pixel XY processed pixel. Okay, now at the end of this, we can say, I don't need this to actually be a texture 2D. This can just be an image. Which lets me change this to world map tiles. Set world map. So instead of creating this image here, we are going to replace you this. Not set it. Okay. So now we have world map tiles. Now, whenever we set a position, we are going to instead consult the world map image. So now when we go into set tile, we enqueue that. We're going into process. Okay, this clears the cell. So this is the position. This is where we would be placing it. So it's equal to world map tiles dot get pixel, and we are going to say position. X. That will get us our tile pixel. We're still going to mess with position. Our tile sheet offset is going to use tileinfo.red. As a integer. And our tile sheet layout is going to be determined by not random tiles, so we're going to get rid of that. Instead, it's going to be tile sheet layout by green. Click. Okay, not quite. Not quite. Oh, okay. Ooh. Still doable. We're not yet defeated. Not yet even remotely defeated. Okay. So, the problem is that these pixels are being set in a range of 0 to 1. But that's not what we want. We want this to be... Oh, wow. That will work. It's 0 to 255. We're going to run it down to here. I want to see what its values are here. Okay, it has these values here. We are going to process them further for this. This is an air surface that we're introducing here. And then when we are rendering it, we go into our process. Times 255. I don't like that. Well, it's not right. That's gotta be wrong. 1001. That is, red is set to 1. Change this, and instead of setting the pixel as we go, we have red is equal to tile sheet divided by 255. Mint mask. This is really not ideal because floating point errors can creep in here. Set that is equal to mask divided by 255. Come on now. Right, quick break, then we're back at it. We're back. Okay. All right, so one of the problems is this. Mask is a float. Similarly, All right, let's try again. There we go. Have I ever considered making a 3D game? In just a general thought perspective, I haven't said, like, there shall not be a 3D game, but at the moment, it's all 2D. Okay. Now we're going to go up to process. I mean, voxel could be kind of comical, yeah. Nope. Okay, well, that one's wrong anyway. No, that's still correct. But why is it coming through as just 1 in that case? Oh, strange. So processed pixel is a new color. We know that processed pixel gets all the way down here and should be the right thing. Oh. Because that's a local. I thought I updated that. Yeah, world map tiles. I didn't... Okay. So the image... This isn't right. We're closing in. We are closing in. This is just world map image here. And this is world map tiles. This is world map image. World map image gets the existing one. Current pixels is the existing one. Big ugly if, but it kind of needs to be this way. So then world map tiles, we set the pixel. Well, that's closer. Okay. So current pixel Yes, that is a red pixel. So the processed is 0 using the red tile set with that as the mask. Map tiles is the created empty. Set it to processed pixels. Then over in process, we have tiles to set. We get a pixel from that position. Okay, here's position 0, 0. We are going to get that from world map tiles. So tile info is the right tile here. So we get red, and let's $20. Okay. That is the right thing. So that gets us supposedly the correct cell. So then we run again. Now we're at 0, 1. So we're down 1 tile. So we're going to do this again. That still seems correct. Have I ever tried to make Roblox games? I'm not interested in Roblox. Increasingly so, given the mess they have put themselves in. Key not found. What would 27 be? Top right. Bottom right. Bottom. Interesting. Okay, it doesn't find it. So if it is not part of that collection, we need a failsafe. If not tile sheet layout contains key, ask as an integer. Ask is equal to 0. All right. What does the Godot side say? Give me fresh errors. Why do you mock me? Those definitely have valid tile appearances. Like, these definitely have valid tile appearance. Oh, it's because they're outside of our field. Okay, we're getting there, though. You can see some of it, but, like, these corner squares aren't showing up properly. So the vertical and horizontal bars aren't always showing up correctly. They are sometimes showing up correctly. Oh, but that's why. Okay, how can we correct this? So the reason that that's not working is that there is one down and left from it. Because there is one down and left from it, that is a different pattern than just a horizontal bar. So how can we address that? So the thing that terrain generation would usually do is do closest fit. Wait, don't we have that one, though? There are definitely map things going on, Lore. But we're running into anomalies as far as how we want this to go. So these effectively are in a slope or a U configuration, but it's unclear how we want to fix this. Because we do have a limited subset. So like this red one down and right from me effectively has, it is the corner of a box in theory, but actually it has ones up and left, down and right from it. So it doesn't match a box pattern, a box corner pattern. Just like these squares are actually like a diagonal line. I don't have a pattern for that. And right now we're falling back to lone square when that happens. But we can see in the places where it doesn't that we're getting the right thing. So to my right here, if you can see through the blobs, is a interior corner. That is correct. But directly adjacent to it doesn't work because there's one down and left from it. So in pre-processing, we could do next best match, but that then leads us to what constitutes the next best match. Town of Salem 2, is that one of the werewolf clones? You know, each night somebody dies and you have to identify the killers. trying to think how we come up with a way to interpret what it actually needs to do. That is, if there isn't a combination for that, yep, the werewolf genre is pretty extensive. I mean, Among Us is werewolf with extra steps. It is the kind of social deduction game. How we can do. Because it's not even that it's an isolated corner that it's looking at. It is an adjacent corner. As we could set up kind of a priority system. I don't want to have to go through permutations of scaling it back. I could do it in sequence of, like, these are the valid ones. Put them in order as far as adding the mask. And saying, do I have a valid mask as of now? If I have a valid mask, then we're good. How do I get a valid... How do I determine what a valid mask is? This is like a failover statement. Like right up here, we can see the box works. It's only when I have extra adjacencies that I haven't accounted for. Sorry, I'm cogitating. um, yeah, we'll make it a little more visual. Effectively, we could have layers of check and say, I'm looking for these combinations. If this combination is present and your current one isn't, take this one. So we get the mask that we have, and then we check if oring it in. If it exists, keep it. If it doesn't exist, then we go through a priority sequence of which ones could it be. Because we can always fail to 0. But it really just does create a permutation problem. Is if I don't have it, do I have anything that's 1 off from it? But that creates oddities. I could duplicate some of the grid squares and say, I don't care if the circumstance is like this, it's still this way. So like a series of corners are a sawtooth. It is not a ramp kind of thing. So like over here, the red squares, this would be an ending point, because while it does have one beneath it, it only has the one to the left otherwise. So it creates more permutations is the problem. But I think that's okay. I think that's still okay. We do run some duplication risk, though. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Okay. Yeah. We do get some out of bounds going on. That might be contributing to it. Let's fix that first. Then we're going to be cleaning up a lot of this. Has to be greater than or equal to 0. Less than map width, less than map width. Width. Making sure that I've got the numbers correct here. 32 by 32 should still be okay. Line x y minus 1 x plus 1. Thanks, Crawl. Then right is x plus 1. Then width, yeah. 8 map height 0. Then 0. It's left, and then top left is 0, 0. Or 18. Oh, okay, this can be out of bounds. That's okay for now. We can exceed the map tile from the way this works currently. I don't care about that. Hmm. Really don't want to have to do more permutations on that. But I think we kind of have to. So we need failovers here. Or we could build this differently. If we look at our process with this, we load it in the layout. Yeah. So, like, this one should account for. Really don't want to have to do this, but I think we have to. Because it's the closest neighbor kind of thing. But we can't arbitrarily subtract neighbors. Um, because if I only subtract one neighbor and it suddenly works, I still might get the wrong thing. I would need to be layered iterative to get another possibility, and that's for each tile neighbor, we layer it on and say, is this in there? If it is, put it in the list. Okay, I now get one of my next tiles. Is this in the list? We have just ridiculous permutations, essentially. We're looking at... like there's 255 different combos. We're not accounting for all of them. Brain is stalling out a little bit. Okay, what do we do? I could add the extra permutations to this. But it becomes a real mess, and again, some of them can overlap. Because, like, just the left-right bar, if I do every permutation of that, becomes something like 16 different variants. So I do think I need a priority order system. Where we go through each of these and kind of go through it in reverse, in order of most things in it. So highest number doesn't work. It's most number of bits filled. So, you know, even if the 255 bit isn't flipped, or I'm sorry, we've got 254, we don't care about that if I have I have everything up until that point. Or what's another way to look at it? If I have 4 isn't as important as 3. Because 3 is 2 matches. We could also put these in a collection based on the number of matches that they have. And iterate through that accordingly. So these have more matches. We could say, okay, then in reverse match order, you know, essentially in like stack order, find the first one that fits. So you'd start with everything, and if it didn't fit, you'd bubble on down the row if it's not an exact match. instead of building the... If we build the mask and then we go in reverse order, so we start with... I don't want to do raw permutations by subtracting connection points. So I think that's the pattern there, is we iterate over them and say, if I can't find it in the collection, I'm going to go through in number of matches order. And go from there. But then I need a way to convert this into another collection. That instead of... that would be ordered by the number of matches that it has. That still doesn't make it a certainty, but it would make it closer. Trying to think of any circumstances where that could still go haywire. Thanks for swinging through, Cruel. Oh. It's almost like it's a twin key interface, you know? We could make a secondary listing that is for the purposes of this check that we process once we load up, since it is dependent on the content of this. And we take each of these and take the mask and pair it with a count. Just real ugly. There are algorithms for counting it, but that's not really what I care about. I could make a wrapper for the mask that could spit out different values then. That it could spit out the whole mask as well as, like, the number of things set true. It would also allow us to set as a, you know, a 8 value set, like you know, a bunch of true falses. Or 0 ones. As a mask, we'd need to have a way. We could add a method into tile map layer or tile neighbor to parse out that info, but it still doesn't help us as far as the reinterpretation. We could still set that up as a pseudo constant. So for those joining, we're kind of stuck on a bit of a puzzle here. We have our tile map configurations here. I'm just hoping that I don't have to add more permutations. So, like, these are technically U shapes. This one right here is the wrong tile because it has these upper neighbors. I don't care about that. Like, I don't care about a specific one for that shape currently, but it's not out of the question which one that I could put that one in there. Which, again, leads us down the road of all the permutations. All the permutations. Okay. We're going to target the ones that I know we can hit easily. So that's going to be the bars and the corners. Okay. So the middles of bars need some extra variance. Top left set. Lower left set. Top right set. Lower left set. Getting into... Okay, but one side is still missing. Okay. No matter what, a side is missing. Let's put these back here a moment. So effectively, there's a variant for every permutation of these two being set, with all four corners. I don't care about the four corners if a left and a right is set, and no other sides are set. Then we have a known commodity. So if we look, just the left and right set is absolutely what that is. This is, again, a priority scenario where we want to order these in some way. So I could go through and subsequently enter the masks in a sequence. And say, again, iterate over them in that strong sequence. If I don't have an exact match, look at these. If any of these match, use that instead. We're going to try that with a couple of them first. Okay. We're going to have a failover layout. Int in a vector 2i, and it's going to be I could also define these vectors as constants, and that might help me here a moment. Oh boy. Okay. Put them here for now. We are doing this in order to be able to reuse these. Hey there, Wukong. Welcome. Of a horizontal bar is 2, 0. We are working on our game, and we're facing a permutation issue. Okay, and there's that one, and this is the top of a vertical bar, and that is 0, 1. Is the middle. This is C sharp. The game engine is Godot, currently 4.5 or 4.4. I haven't upgraded it to 4.5 yet. Haven't upgraded my project to 4.5 yet. What I am setting up here is a tile rendering system. Let's run this and make sure we don't have a problem. So I've got most of the tile rendering going on here, but you can see some of these like full squares in the middle of smoother shapes. That is because they are exception cases, or border cases that I don't have an exact tile for. So I'm setting up these constants so I can set up failovers and say, well, if that didn't work, iterate over these and see, get the first one that matches. Hello, Sherbet. Hello. Kitty came over. Thank you for the follow, Wukong. It'd be nice if it informed me if of more YouTube events. I'll have to see if there's a toggle for that in my multi-chat settings. Just a moment. That would be actually kind of convenient. It is set. Yeah, maybe it just doesn't usually happen on in that fashion. Do I use AI for images? Absolutely not. As far as, well, okay, like D&D amongst friends character pictures and like doodads like that, yes. But if I was going to post it online and say, this is my character, no, I would not. Make what in bulk? Images or like what? Characters? No. Generally, it would be like a few at a time. Hey there, Leanne. Welcome. Like, for my character or something like that. Just as often, you know, hey, I'm going to look up pictures online and slap that in there. Since I'm not using it publicly, I don't much care. As soon as it would become like part of my game or part of any sort of intellectual property, I don't want to use that. Both ethical reasons and also intellectual property reasons. At least as far as current US law is concerned, you do not own IP rights on anything that AI has had a significant hand in. I don't mean like filters or something like that. I mean like you asked Midjourney to make it for you and then you touched it up. You don't own that. Nobody owns that. And I shan't have that. This is all mine. Upper left square. Oops. Copy. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. For middle, for right. Middle, and that's center. I'm actually just going to call you middle. Actually, middle left and middle right for consistency. Then lower left, or middle, lower right. Upper left, 1, 1. Then we go over, over, and then these are all 2, 3. This is 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2, 3. Okay, and this is the upper left square, which is 1, 1. I am creating a series of static constants, essentially. Okay, then 2, 1 is the upper middle. Yes, yes. 3, 1 is upper right. 2 is the middle left. The middle square. Middle right, which is 3, 2. Lots and lots of constants. Left. Lower middle. Then lower right. All right. Now we are in to the next territory. Okay, these are in the 1 corners. 1, 2, 3, 4. One corner, and we're starting with lower right. Is copy. 4. Right, lower left, upper right, upper left. And these are 4 and 5 and 4 and 5. 4, 0. 0, 0, 1, 1, 4, 5, 4, 5. I mean, it's the development series. I do want to make it playable soon, but, you know, soon in software development terms is a nebulous concept. And I don't have a publisher breathing down my neck, so hey. I have all of the agency. Hello, Sky. It's on the side here so you can see the nuisance stopping me from using the mouse. Well, it doesn't stop me, it's just he's going to cause problems if I don't stop using the mouse and pet him. So the forward half to 2/3 of Sky is draped over one of the blockades to stop him from touching the mouse, over to the mouse with one paw shoving the mouse against the edge of the keyboard. If I ignore him, he will headbutt my mouse hand or grab the mouse. Because he knows that'll work. Okay, this is 1C upper right. Don't know if that will placate him for long, but it seems to be working at the moment. All right, 2 corners. And that's on the 6th row starting at 0. That is upright, down, left. Six, 0. These are the 2 corners. Hello, Sky. Is it lap time? Yeah. Okay, so Roblox platform. The stuff that people put on Roblox is for profit. Roblox itself can profit from it, and the makers of it can profit from it. That pretty much means you are in DMCA territory. You are violating copyright for the most part. If they completely change the look of the game and the name of the game substantially enough that there isn't confusion in the market. So, like, if you made Mega Dude and it looked a lot like Mega Man, incredibly like Mega Man. You know, he fights Dr. Crafty and his robot lords and is in a blue power suit and copies their powers. You are definitely treading into copyright territory, intellectual property theft. And that is actionable. That is very actionable. Damages and what have you. I would have a problem with that. If somebody just says, I'm going to make a game like what you did, just like I'm making a game like Vampire Survivors, I don't care. More power to you. I didn't write this on Roblox, so you're writing your own code. That said, I potentially don't have to worry about Roblox as a platform because they're speed running, getting ripped apart by law enforcement agencies. You know, the whole clear complicity in high crimes. Up, right, down, left. But, I mean, that's not that's also not just a Roblox problem. App stores, all kinds of things like that, they immediately get clones that are full on pirating imagery and often much of the game. So there are actionable elements of that. It's ultimately, is it worth it? I am not a lawyer by any stretch. This is none of what I say is legal advice. Don't try to learn from me in that regard. But Roblox is a great big fat target as far as an intellectual property suit. They make a ton of money, and they have a moderation system in place. If it can be shown that they were aware of an infringement of any kind and left it up, so they have lost their safe harbor marker of somebody said this is clearly infringement, or it can be shown that they are lax in their enforcement of it, their safe harbor protection falls away. And that's real bad news for an online platform. That is terrible news, losing safe harbor. That is shutter your doors and run territory. But from a practical perspective, I don't own this genre. Nobody owns this genre. As long as they are not copying my like art and trademark equivalent things, like if somebody used my likeness, even if it was obfuscated slightly, my model with sunglasses on, named Groot Mechanist, then we have a problem. Yep, and the thing that lets people get away with that cruel is generally the people going after them don't have the resources to actually go after them. Or the care to do it, It's when you get into brand damage that people start looking. And I will say with pretty strong certainty, there is going to be blood in the water as far as Roblox is concerned, near future. Regulators and businesses are going to be looking at them now that some of the content that is showing up on that platform is becoming visible. Things are going to get interesting. Tactical errors have been made. Let's put it that way. Three. Okay, so these are 3 corners. Yeah, okay. And we're going to start with upper left, then upper right, then lower left, then lower right. 524353. IP law, patent law, there's a lot of stuff out there. It's kind of like fair use. A lot of people will think things are fair use when they're actually not, and it comes down to people saying, that's okay. It's why trademark infringement is usually pursued more closely. I will tell you, Cruel, it doesn't matter that they're public. It's that the legal team of a company doesn't know or doesn't care. It's as soon as a legal team decides to care, then it becomes a problem. That is the nature of copyright law. If a lawsuit doesn't happen, it doesn't matter. But that doesn't mean the crime is not happening. It is the common problem that people have of, well, you didn't stop those people. Well, you still did the thing. That won't protect you outside of, like, proof of malice. Four corners. Okay. This is the four corner square. Left. Or middle, up or right? Middle left, middle, middle right, lower left, lower middle, lower right. Right, right, lower middle, lower right. Wukong, a lot of issues happen because of common conceptions of how laws work. And yes, programs like Judge Judy and the like actually do a great disservice to public perception of the law and how it is handled. Because those programs focus on sensationalism to get those big one-liners, to get those, the TV personality lecturing someone for being bad. They still have to, it still has to be a valid scenario, but for most of those, that isn't actually a criminal trial. Those are usually things like civil trials, where the people have actually signed to have that individual act as an arbitrator. That is, if you do this, you are allowing this person to give a verdict. They get to say, you win and you get the money. Actual law doesn't come into it much on that front. I mean, hell, some people do that just to get on TV. A questionable decision at best. Over left. Six. 4 and 5 and 6. 6. What was another one? Wukong joked about the, or did, go in and nab a Twitch name. That's technically nothing wrong. It would be annoying, but it's not really actionable unless somebody took steps to attempt to impersonate in that situation. A lot of times, so one of the copyright rules that will come up is whether the presence of the other thing could cause confusion. That is, the other thing could be confused for that thing. So, you made a soda called, Popsy, and Popsy has a blue can with a, little white swoosh on it and a circular logo and 2-color logo in the middle with stylized letters. There's probably going to be market confusion. Doesn't matter if it's off by 1 letter. You are clearly attempting to tap into that. And that is sadly something that is entirely the domain of lawsuits. Do you have good enough lawyers? See the whole Nintendo controversy going on right now. Nintendo gets away with a lot of things that are technically not legal. Like DMCA takedowns of videos of their games kind of stuff. Okay, so these are... well, I filled those in. Now I need to actually use them. Oh... Corners, got the 2 corners. Okay. From 3 corners on, I didn't actually use the values. Good job. Good job. E corners, upper left. E corners, upper right. Be another thing. I mean, work in general. You are working for an employer of any kind. It is in your interest to know the rules, the laws associated with that. Because a lot of people let employers get away with stuff that is very illegal. Well, Cruel, at least they've got competition, or at least they are in competition. They are making choices right now. Because remember, there's still companies like Electronic Arts and Disney out there. And, setting aside PMCs and whatnot. Drug companies. Middle left? Is that what I'm... Middle left. left, and you are middle. Right. We are. Today is a lot of just fill in the blanks. It really is. Okay. These are the side one corners. This is left one corner, then I think it's okay, lower right, lower left. Interesting. Story games with random endings instead of clear endings. I'm not sure I understand what scenario that would be. And we start at 04. A story game cut into pieces with random endings. Do you mean just like mix and matched plot points or something? Lower left. One for. Then I think it was right upper left is on the 5 column or row. I haven't encountered a game like that, Cruel. Usually there's some vague connection. There's at least a plausible connection between the game and the endings. Like, sometimes the endings are separate of each other noticeably because the plot is very divergent. I was talking about like Heavy Rain was one that has a lot of variations in how the story can end, and it can end at different places. Right, left. Right. This will be upper left. Whoops. You have an example, I might be able to interpret it from there. You have described a great deal of that platform, Kroll. Left, right, left, right. 1C, LR, right 1C, LL. Okay. Right, left, right. All right, and this is top, top, bottom, bottom. There's 4 of them. Bottom, and they are top LR, top LL. Bottom, I'm going to guess, is upper right, upper left, yes. They are 2, 4, 3, 4, 2, 5, 3, 5. Or 2, 5, 3, 5. Okay. Have 1CLL. Bottom 1C upper right. 2, 5. And 1C upper left, 3, 5. How we doing, folks? Oh, okay. Just 2 more. 2 corners, upper left, upper right. Okay, yeah. It's 2 corners, upper left, upper right. It's very similar to its sibling, and there are 2, 6, and 3, 6, and this one is upper right, lower left. Lower right, it should be. Upper left, lower right, and upper right, lower left. 2, 6, and 3, 6. Left, lower right. 2, 6, and you are 3, 6. Okay. Ah. Okay, so these are failover as far as positions. And what we want is this to be a sequence of them. We're going to move you down here. All the way down to our failover tile sheet. This is not a dictionary. This is a queue of pairs. The value pair of an integer to a vector 2i. 2i. Just so. And then we will pre-populate it. I'm now having some bindings for... Oof. We set this up right. Because I wouldn't mind these being constant as well. I could change these to be constants as well. And record their combination here. And just load those in, and then I can reuse it again. Ooh. Int to vector 2i. It's going to be tile pair. Okay, so what I'm making now is a series of static, well, what are going to be key value pairs for each one that I'm going to load into both the dictionary so that we can match the mask, but additionally into the failover collection. I might be able to use this queue as the primary method. Since we're not going to be doing this constantly, we only need it for the pre-process of the map. If instead of putting the mask as a key in a dictionary, I put it as a queue and load them in the order that we should be checking. And that's pretty much always going to be in the order of most things that exist on them. So, like, the center of the square is the most, and the least is the end of a bar. Effectively meaning the first thing that you are able to match in the queue in your mask is the thing. And since the sequence that I am putting them in right here, aside from the two corners, we should move those up. But we'll sort them into the order once we get there. Go this way, Sky. There you go. Nope, sorry, Molly. Whoa, checking something here. Buttons. Okay. Okay. Onward. Okay, so now these are going to be key value pairs instead. Making these constants was actually a good idea, period. Because if I mess with the tile sheet now, I have this place to go to change them, even if I use them in a lot of different spots. Oh, come on. I like Visual Studio for a lot of the things that it offers, but the IntelliSense and pop-ups can get obnoxious sometimes. Is key value pair. So yeah. Can I just do it this way? Please and thank you. Boo. This is good enough, though. Just so. all of these, and then I will load them into a collection in a particular order, so that I can do it's messier, but what I'm looking for is first match. That is, if the mask that I'm supplying contains the mask of the thing that I'm looking at right now, then we'll use that one. Might not be enough, but we'll see. And it would be in reverse order if I do that. It's the first thing in smallest to largest. I keep going until I hit one that it aligns with. That's kind of annoying. We would iterate down until we find the last one that contained the thing that we've got. No, it would be the other way around. Yeah. Okay. So we put solo in there. That is a key value pair. Do it like this. Okay. Okay, I think we can salvage here. Horizontal bar goes here. Yep, okay. We're getting there. Middle horizontal bar. Change in syntax. is right horizontal bar. Back and forth and back and forth. Fill in the numbers. Top vertical bar. Middle vertical bar. At least I'm making it more compact again. There's huge swaths of variables that I could just wrap in region indicators and collapse, so, you know, that's a good thing, right? I mean, ultimately, we're already at a big win for the night. Tiles can render, I'm just fixing some of the edge cases in it. Left square. Middle square. Right square. Sort of a rhythm going. Left. Middle square. Elements like how the world map looks in a grid-based game, like your classic top-down party RPG, you wouldn't think would be as complex as they can be. Now, you don't have to programmatically generate it like I am. I'm not currently planning on procedurally generating them, but this pattern would allow me to do that quite easily. And Godot is largely fine if you just paint them inside the Godot editor. But that's not what we do. It's not what we're doing. So instead, you get to watch thrilling scrolling action. Back and forth and back and forth. Okay, that's still okay. Middle, the lower right. Almost done with the square. Bunches more things to go. LR copy. You. The lower left. Refactoring, reformatting, redoing. I have to imagine the phrase refactored, reformatted, redone in the voice of the Darkest Dungeon narrator. A simple air, compounded. That is 2C left. Copy and paste and copy and paste and copy and paste. On and on. So, the reason that we're doing this is so that I can have a collection of constants that I can reuse in multiple ways in the logic in order to handle exact permutations of tiles that are not covered by my exact tile sheet. So effectively failover states that give me a way to say, well, yes, it's not exactly that match, but this is the closest match. Use that one. I will accept first closest match, you know? See upper left. We are into the four corners square. Freak. It's important to stretch and move your arms some if you are at a desk for a protracted period of time, especially your shoulders. Those tend to be very sedentary, and the nerves extending down from your shoulders are the ones that will get you fun things like carpal tunnel. The nerves can pinch in your wrist and you'll feel it all the way up to your shoulders, but if you are very mobile in your whole arm, it can help. It can help. Not guaranteed to prevent by any stretch. But as a console gamer for much of my life and a gamer for pretty much the entirety of it, speak nothing of skill, only of hobby. I can say that it's kind of random whether it gets you, but if it does, you'll know. You'll know. Like, I can't use a gamepad for more than like one day in a row or something like that. I know for some folks it's keyboard that will trigger that for them. But for me, like 2 days of playing a game using gamepad and I'm done. I can't. One of my arms will be in so much pain it'll like twist my hand into a claw. See middle. And so we work around it. We adapt. So once I've got this set up, we should still be able to run and get the same error that or problems that we did before, and that's that it doesn't, fail over properly. But we will be better positioned to continue along after that. Right. Let's see, lower right. getting there. We're getting there. So close. I'd mentioned in the stream announcement that there was going to be a lot of prep today, and that's kind of what we're doing. This is multiple layers of, well, that didn't work perfectly. Time for more. More and more and more. Right, 1C, upper left. C, lower right. So. Then. Eyes might be going a little bit wonky. But we can still go for a bit. Let's see, upper left. See upper left and upper right. Okay. Ugh. Given that corresponds to the required parameter value. What do you mean? Key value. What's wrong here? Given an enumerable, Give it another dictionary. That should be a thing. Okay. Value pair of int to vector 2i. Let's close. Thank you. Run. Button. Okay. Grotesque shenanigans have been accomplished. Okay. So the next thought would be that we create this queue of key value pairs and we put them in. Artie and I am making a Vampire Survivor style game with configurable weaponry. We are currently working on the tiles here. To make them look better. But, you know, we can make the weapons behave differently. And we're still working on, like, the bones of this structure. Deep amidst the bones of this structure. These are in a different sequence. These should be up here in the two corners. Like that. Same here. These go up at the end of the two corner set. Yeah, okay. So we're going to do our failover list here, just so. And it will be the same thing. Do this. Nope. Okay, it can take what? An innumerable collection. Okay. New list key value pair int vector 2i close brackets like that, close parens. Okay, we would need to sort these to cover the order that they need to be in. Because these only have one connection. Whereas the one corners are the next most to solo. Then 2 corners. 3 and 4 corners, I think. Then these. All right. So 4 corners have 4 things removed, shockingly. These pairs have 4 things removed as well. The horizontal bars are some of the most extensive. The squares have a variable number of things removed. The corners have a lot removed. They only have they have 5 things removed. Because the edges have 3. Okay. So there's some spacing here, which is unfortunate spacing, but it is what it is. So we have corners, sides, there, lower left, upper right, then we need lower right, upper middle, middle of the left. This one has the least removed. Then the sides. Just so. These have an absolute number removed. They are the corners. Then these have, all of these have 4 removed. Let's look at them. 1, 2, 3, 4. So this one has 4 removed. And we're going to keep them together more or less. But we're going to try that. Then the bars have the most removed. This is where we get into trickier territory. Because these corners have a lot removed. So we need to break these up further. So that's a corner. That's a side. You're a corner. You're a corner. You are a corner. Then the middle of a square is the least of them. that has the least things removed. Okay, the upper left and right corners of this have more than that set. The four corners variants of these have fewer. These only have 3 removed. Which puts them up here, and we'll put them here. Complexity. Okay, four corners mid has 4 removed. These also have 4 removed, but I'm going to put the cross pattern above them. I don't know that that will really matter. Then the bars have pretty much the most removed. The middle of the bars and then the top and bottom on left and the ends of the bars. Okay. So now if we don't get an exact match in the tile sheet layout, then what we can do is we can iterate front to back over this queue. It doesn't actually need to be a queue, it can just be a list, because they will be in order. So list of key value pairs. So then we just say it's a new list of key value pairs. Just so. Oof. Okay. So now when we are rendering it, when we are processing the map and getting the tiles out here. So if it doesn't contain the key, then we're going to do for each key value pair int and vector2i pair in failover no, it needs to be a 4. 0 I is less than this count I plus plus, and there's going to be some layers here. Done is and not done. If not done, Then mask is equal to tile neighbor dot none. New mask. If texture of mask and nil over tile I dot key is equal to that. No, it needs to be, oh yeah, is equal to that. Say int mask is this. Hey, Harry. Things are going well here. Okay, if we end them together and we still get the same thing, then it contains it and we're good. We actually need to do this in reverse order. Zero. Okay, from the end, so from the least to the most, we're going to find the first one that it fits in. The one on screen currently is Sherbet. I am programming a game. And new mask. Mask is equal to new mask. In particular, I'm trying to get my tile map logic working. So this is doing some of it, but not all of it. Some of these tiles are the wrong ones. We need the right amount of matches. I need to think on this one more. This part of the algorithm is tricky. Again, I don't want to have to do every permutation. There are plenty of them that it's like, that doesn't matter. That particular one doesn't matter. So we need to figure out a sequence that we can use. Oh, Harry, so what we've got is a layout of tiles. So, like that. And what that means is that dependent on which tiles are next to them, they look different. So if we have this 3x3 little square here, it has the beveled edges on the far ends. If we had a bar, it would look like this. A tile by itself looks like that. The problem is, let's run it so I can show you in particular. The blobs will get in the way a little bit, but if you can see it, right here on this corner, this full square should be a bar, but it's not a bar because there's another square right here. And that's not what we want. I can go in and isolate more cases, but there are a lot of variations on those cases. Like to get the bars in place for all of their permutations, that is like 16 cases. And then we'll have the U shapes and all of that, and that's a bit of a hassle. I don't want to expand my tile sheets that much, because for the most part, it's unneeded. But the sequencing is not right. If I go... Okay. Let's go in that direction. We're going to go from least to largest. And if it fits, that's the one that we've got. As soon as it doesn't fit, we stop there. I'm probably going to do first fit. Let's do first fit. So we're starting at the smallest ones. If the overlap of them is the thing. No worries, Harry. It's not rude. A big part of this stream is conversation. Not everybody is a programmer. Not everybody is trying to write a game, too. Some folks just want to chat or listen or watch or whatever. And that's okay. If it matches, then we're done. And no, done is true. And new mask is equal to this dot value. No, this dot key. Equal to this. This is the first thing to contain. Hey, driver. No, that's still okay. Welcome back. Let's run it and try. Oh, that's closer. The bars aren't coming through. We are doing pretty well, making a lot of progress. Thinking on that, we're going to do another interim commit. Let's look at our sequence here. There's our failover layout. Square shouldn't have been the first one to be encountered. If I end the bars, that should have been the first thing. Like, be going in the right order, which is backwards through that list. Right here. It means currently you are in the most recent history, Garrett, you have spoken the most. What's your question, Harry? Oh, okay, we go through it front ways. Yeah. Zero is less than this. I plus plus. Well, that's entirely wrong. Oh. We're going to get a fail there. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. These don't render because I don't have them set up to render properly. We did it. This demonstrates a lot of the different use cases. So we find essentially what we're doing is we're iterating over the list of tiles from most filled to least filled. And we're finding the first one that is inside of the one that we've been given. So like the middle of a square is not ever going to happen. Because if I get to the failover case, that won't work. But let's say I have a bar and it has diagonal siblings upper, in the corners. So a horizontal bar, but it has blocks upper left, upper right, lower right next to it. We are going to iterate over all of that until we get to the horizontal bars. Um, and those are going to be the ones that fit. Um, I mean, we're always encountering new and exciting problems as we add code, Harry. We haven't completed it yet, so we're not at the stage where I would say that we're breaking the program with changes. It's more that the direction that we're going in is incompatible with the prior direction. That's some spin, but I feel it's also realistic to software development. Okay. Okay. Well, we've been at it for a little bit here, folks, so we're going to wrap up here. We're going to wrap up here. We got our tile map generation working. Just put another commit in there real quick. Which is great. There's a lot of code cleanup that I need to do, like for legibility, for cleanliness of editing it, maybe exporting some stuff into different objects, but I think we're in pretty good shape here. We can move on in different directions from here to get like, maybe move it to the shader, start rendering maps, refine how the level map is built, get the chunk loading in there. We've got stuff we can do. But that'll be it for today. Well, I hope everybody had a good time watching with us today. If you like what you saw and would like to see more, remember to like, follow, subscribe, comment, all of that stuff. Those buttons help the channel grow, so please press them. Our next stream is probably going to should be Saturday, and we're either going to do Blueprints or Hitman. One of those two. We'll see how I feel going through tomorrow. But for now, everyone, I hope the rest of your day is good, and I'll see you next time.